Hello, and welcome back to another Game is Full of Bugs development stream, or as you like to call it, a sleeping stream. Today I want to continue where I left off yesterday. Didn't actually get to do any more work because, as I presumed, I had a lot of other things to do, but we went to the parenting school for the last time, so that's exciting. And yeah, today let's kill this. Let's kill this to the end. And I don't know, maybe if at all possible, I might also make another build, and then I'll see. Then it really depends when the baby comes, but like I assume I'm gonna be out quite soon, right? Quite near. The time is coming up. Okay, so let's do the frickin' death animation. So, where do I have my player? Play on. Now I assume this is like full. Oh, it's not even close, brother. The thing that I'm thinking about is, can I like recycle the death animation? Probably not, right? I could maybe like slow down time, right? When the death animation happens. So like it, kind of stops the game to a halt, so the stuff stops happening essentially. Okay, let's see. Death animation. I guess it could just kind of kneel down, maybe. Or fall backwards, like the, what's it called? In the, I don't remember how the game is called. From Crash, right? They're just like falling back. That could be a thing. Okay, let's open up the player sprite. Sprite. Is it here? No. This is good. Player. Okay. Let's copy the first frame. Or I guess this frame. There we go. We don't need the... Which one is it? It's the effect. Okay, don't need you. I guess we can just kind of make him fall down. Let's not animate this, let's just do the body first. So just kind of go to something like this, right? You know, boom, and then and boom. Essentially. This needs to be a lot less weird. Wait, this doesn't make sense. This is way too long. Only more like this, right? Bonk, right? Maybe the left leg can kind of extend a bit. Oh, this is okay. Oops, nope. Bonk. Do the old bonkaroo. Like this. And I guess this would go looks fairly weird, right? I guess I need to give it some verticality. It's definitely a little strange. It should be moved for just a touch, right? So it kind of bends in the knees. In the knees. Should it be closer? Maybe. Let's try to add another frame here. It would be like this. So let's frame this into, nope, new tag, death. And then this would be, this one would be a bit longer. Oops. That ain't longer. And this one would be a bit longer. Let's also make this one a bit longer. Wait, where's my death? There you go. Like essentially that's all you need, right? you know. Yeah, that looks just strange. Just go wider a bit when it kind of flattens on the floor, you know. Yeah, it looks pretty good, I think, to be honest. We just need the hands. Where are the hands, brother? Okay. These are gonna be a little annoying, I guess. Uh-huh. Huh. Maybe. Hmm. This doesn't look too bad. Hmm. Yeah, I see myself being really. Hey, man. I see. I just realized I'm really silent. But I guess it's just part of the process with this. Like, the thing that's pissing me off is that this really should have been like this, if anything, right? But the thing that is pissing me off even more is that it looked better when it just didn't have any of these things here. Like this, maybe. Well, that's not too bad, right? I'm fairly happy with this. So let's save you. We're gonna export just selected frames, please. And visible layers. Thank you. My suggestion is to finish fight, blood splash secondary animation, or bullet drop and shattered secondary. Yeah, you're definitely right. But there are some things that I'm considering here that are not exactly connected to this. I'll see. This is something I can always edit later on. But for now, I think I'm just gonna go with this. But that's definitely a good suggestion. I guess like this. And then we're left with the last 3 frames, I think. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And let's add this to our animation. We're gonna do player animation player, and then we're gonna do player death. I guess the time is 10, and then let's record a random sprite change. Okay, and then I need to add these new frames in. Now are these, they're centered? Ew. Yuck. By cell size, slice them. And now these are just way too high because this has to be in the middle. So let me fix that as well. I think that should just be like that. Ugh. Is this in the middle? It is. Should it be more in the middle? That's correct. Okay. So then we just drop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And another thing that we would do here is disable this. Right. This is good animation. I'm happy about this one. Okay, so that's the death animation. Now in the animator, I guess we're just gonna trigger death. Player jump in. Oh right, that's also a random one. Player jump out, sure. And player death. Or I guess, wait, where do I play player jump in? Player jump in. I just do it. Okay. Well, like we could do that, right? So do I have death anywhere on the player? No. Let's do player health. How many years experience you have in game dev? Well, I guess I have about 10 now, right? But like for the first couple of years, obviously, I was working just in my spare time. There were months where I didn't do anything, right? I just kind of, you know, lost energy or whatever. I had a full-time job, so it made sense. And that was while I was working on NecroBouncer and also when I was just kind of trying to learn this. And that was about 6 or 7 years altogether, I think. And now for the past 3 years-ish, I'm doing it full-time. Is it 3 years? Is it 3 years? Look at me. Sheep. Does it say when I opened? Yeah, so at the beginning of 2022. So yeah, it's been 3 years. I've started as like half-time for the first half of the years, but about 3 years of full-time. And before that I was working, you know, whenever I could. So yeah, player death. Slow down, death. Tutorial level, yeah, sure. But in either way, I want to do this. Player death. Does this not have an animator? Animator. Yeah. Player movement is a static instance. So can I just kind of call that? Probably not, eh? Wait, do I call? Like, how do I know I can't move anymore? I guess I check if I'm dead. Sure. This is player movement? Oh, fixed update, there we go. So yeah, if it's the wrong, yeah, I guess I just change. How do you say? I change the game state. Death. Reset run settings. Okay, what happens in death then? Open and set up end screen. So this probably cancels or changes the thing. Honestly, this is like really small to do. It's just gonna happen once per game, so I'm happy about that. And I guess what I would do, what if I make this async, and then here I can drop a little bit of game manager dot instance dot. What is this? Yeah, that's a really annoying advertisement, not gonna lie. Like, at least suggest something that's remotely close to what I'm listening. Okay. Change game state. And let's do game what I want to do, loading, waiting. Loading, waiting, I think. This is a commercial game. I mean, commercial in a sense that I am gonna sell it, yes, if that's what you mean. Like, I'm guessing that's what you mean, right? But yeah, if I'm misunderstanding, please elaborate. Would happy to talk about it. So loading, waiting. And then here, I think I would just kind of wait for a second. So yield, no. This is await helpers dot delay. We're gonna wait a second, maybe? Is this delay with milliseconds? So let's wait 1,000 then. And then we go to setup end screen. Let's see if this works. Yeah, so that's, yeah, definitely gonna be selling this game. Also have a publisher or a fund, I guess. So they are counting on me to do that as well. Okay, so, right, I want it to die. So let's spawn a couple of these enemies and let them kill me. Right, I need to become killable. Well, that was weird. So, can I make myself, with the animation, of course, can I make my rigid body kinematic? Is that possible? No. Can I do this? No, just can't change these things. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Okay, so then what if I do player movement and then in the beginning, yeah, this is just gonna get cancelled because we're no longer in that state, right? So what if I do if is dead, player health dot instance dot is dead. Don't you play with me. Public bool is dead, and then just return is dead. And then we're gonna go here. Is dead. We're gonna do this dot transform dot, no, this body 2d dot velocity equals vector 2 dot 0. There's another thing I need to do. The player death needs to not loop, right? Okay, let's see. Works, I think. Just this needs to kind of be animated in. What if I do, can I do a time dot do, time scale, do, wait, do I have the do thing? Trans dot do move. Let's add our tweening. Can I do time scale, time dot do? No. What about time scale dot do? No, there's no. How can I slow down time, you know, in a short session? Unity, time scale, slow down to 0 in 1 second. There you go. Basically, I want to lerp it, right? I guess we could do this. And then we would do scale time. 1, 0. This is duration. So in 1 second, I guess. Let's see if this works. Your previous game and this game are the same genre. Yes, they're both roguelike or top-down roguelikes. Just the first one was more hack and slash, and this one is a shooter, right? With obviously this whole mechanic. But yeah, both were in the same kind of area. General. That didn't seem like it worked. Wait, did it break? Okay. Yeah, let me show you, like I'm gonna show you the other game real quick. They're still moving. Wait. Oh right, this should be start coroutine. Is Steam page one feature called family sharing? What the meaning? In Steam page, one feature called family sharing. I think you can share games with other people, right? I think you can just kind of, share the game. Like borrowing the game, right? Or lending the game. So yeah, this was the previous game. This is not going to be seen correctly. Well, you can see the game a little bit here, right? It's a top-down roguelike. You can see like the visual style is somewhat similar, right? Just you're playing this NecroBouncer and you're defending your dungeon club. And yeah, that's about it. It's on sale right now, as it is almost always, but you know. Okay, let's see again if this works. I see. So let's do 2 seconds. And then this can be also 2 seconds. Let's do 3 and then ignore time scale, true. Actually, oh, right, let's not slow it down to 0. Let's slow it down to like a quarter, right? We'd also kind of want to just silence the game effects here, I think. Where's my audio mixer? So, can I add... This is a snapshot, correct? I think. So this would be main. And then let's do a new one, and this would be death, right? And let's do... Like, is this correct? Yeah. So effects would be reduced to -10. Oh, right, these are... I guess these are game effects. All right. And then can I, how do you change the audio mixer? I want you, and I want you to have the reference to the audio mixer. No. Okay, let's check, because I've done this already. Hello, man. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna close this. Get this back open so you see what's happening. There you go. Because I already know that I've already learned how to manage the audio mixer. Unity, change, snapshot on audio mixer. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is this just like public? Audio. Wait, maybe I need to like use something to have access to this. Yeah, audio. Audio mixer. And then we're gonna do serialize field, audio mixer snapshot, and this is going to be death snapshot. Death audio snapshot. And then also main audio snapshot. I don't think this is even something that can be, oh, maybe it can. Okay, let's see. How do I have this shit set up? Horribly, if I remember correctly. Music manager. So I have the music group, and these are the specific effects. Sure. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh. Is this the only way you can do that? You can't like set it? That would be surprising, to say the least. Let's do game sound effects. So yeah, audio player. Yeah, I already have these here. I don't need to find them. And then audio mixer is just the main audio mixer, right? So that's fine. Now I just need to know how do you change snapshot? Essentially just this. We're gonna just use this. This is essentially what I want. Play audio, and then let's put this back here. So change snapshot, and we're gonna do an enum, public enum, audio mixer, snapshot. Or AM snapshot. And we're gonna have normal equals 1, and then death equals 2. I guess this is 0. This is 1. And then here we're gonna drop in a AM snapshot. And then we're gonna do a switch statement. On the snapshot. Right, switch on the snapshot. And then let's add the missing cases. And we're gonna do main snapshot dot transition to with transition speed, and then for death we're gonna do death snapshot and transition to that. Right. Don't need this. And then here we're gonna do dot instance dot change snapshot to death, Right, transition speed in 2 seconds. Right. Actually, in 1 second, and this can be then 1. This can happen over 2 seconds, and this can also happen over 2 seconds, I think. Hey man, thanks for stopping by. Okay, let's see if this works. Boom. Okay, let's spawn this guy. Kills me a bit faster. Did it transition to it though? Okay, let's try to start it again. Wait, is this how it is normally? Main and death. Oh, shit. It's because it's controlled by the settings. Yeah, this is my fault. So I need to do this differently, right? This is not gonna work with the sound effects. I mean, with this style. So like this still needs to leave this be. Death. Can I add like, what is this? Low pass, no. Compressor. Is it, wait, why do I have set here? End game, slow motion. Interesting. Compressor. So what is this? Slow motion? No, I guess it changes the music, right? Pause. I could do this, so low pass and SFX reverb on the game effects, or on everything? I guess we could do it on everything, right? Wait, here I do it on just on music. What about this? pitch it down for slow motion. Which, wait, what about low pass? Also do a low pass, but it's disabled. Yeah, it's disabled. Do I add this to the... No, I don't want it on the master because I still want UI effects to go through, right? Which is annoying. See. Can I do a... Okay, let's try to add a low pass. Or no, just the pitch. Pitch. No, this is the volume, oops. Pitch. Very annoying. What about low pass then? I see. Huh. Density reverb. Do I have anything else here? Tutorial endgame. Jeez, that's annoying. it's not terrible. But the problem is this is on a master thing. Wait, why does it though? Effects and UI effects both go through effects, which is fine, but like why do UI effects shit, I should have added these here. Okay, so low pass and reverb. And I'll just copy these here. And this, and then these can go bye-bye. Damn. So, okay. Now what I want to know is why do UI sound effects go through game effects as well? You know? Because these two are split. Huh. What? Are they getting played twice? Okay, let's see. Don't need you. I need you. So when I play an audio thingamajig, no, game sound effects, we play audio, and then if it's UI audio, we go to UI audio. Ah! And then return. Shit! That's gonna break a whole mess of crap. Wait, return? Return. No. Dun, 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 dun. So I've been playing UI effects twice. Okay, good. That's way better. So then what I need to do as well is find my game sound effects. We're gonna add the death here. Apply. And let's see. Really? Why? Uh-huh, I see why. So let's try it again. And I also need to kind of change the snapshot back, right? After that. They're still doing the thing. So I guess I can edit it here, right? Okay, let's see. I think this is fine. I just need to make sure this is at 0 and this is at 0 as well. I don't need you anymore. You've been good to me. Another thing that's concerning to me here is what if I pause in the middle of death, right? Now it might work, but it might also not work. Right. It still looks it, so that's fine. Wait, though, how do I do the pause? Settings. No, this one. So, pause menu opened, we change the game state, which then changes the time scale, right? But here, what if I do if player health dot is dead dot instance dot is dead? This needs to be false for us to be. Oh, right. I just need to do this here, right? If the player is dead, just don't bother with changing the time scale, right? I think. Okay. And then I think I also then slow it down completely, right? So in the player health, after I open, I do time.timescale equals 0, right? And we open the end screen. Okay, this I think is fine for now. Wait, did it slow down to 0? Oh right, I didn't save it yet. Ba ba da 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 ba. Yeah. Can I await this coroutine? No. What if I do 3 seconds? But if I'm at 25 at 2 seconds, right? What if I do 3 seconds to get to 0, right? Okay. Okay, now I just need to kind of set these things, right? Okay. So end screen, brrr. There's going to be a lot of those brrr sounds, or will they? Yeah, maybe not. Okay. I guess I could just kind of open them up. You know, just kind of set all of these things to 0. So I have, right. I can kind of, you know, do something like, you know. Okay, so let's do that, right? And we would also animate end screen. Ugh. And then we would first do dot transform dot parent game object dot set local scale is it left or is it right? And then depth text dot transform dot parent dot do scale Y, and let's add our tweener, and then end value 1, duration 0.25, right? And set ease out sign. So we do this. Oh, I guess first we open the whole menu, handle stats. So here we'd already do set delay, and then let's do something like this, right? So this would be like how I do all of them. So I have the depth, I have the time, So time text. And this would kind of have a bit of a longer delay. This one have one. This one is a goo text. And finally, we would have the kills text, right? But first let's do the whole thing. So do I have the container? I do, right? Let's do this. Then we do these. Next we do killed by. So killed by image dot transform dot local scale equals vector 2.0. And then we do scale to 1. Also wanna just have this be like that. It's more consistent to how I write. Okay, 0.25, or maybe we can do, yeah, 25 sounds good. Set ease is gonna be out back again. And then set delay to 1.75. I'll just do 5. Then we do starting setup. Set starting items, right? So here we do set text and images. Yeah, I don't like this approach actually. Let's do it await helpers dot delay. We're gonna do 0.5 and true. Actually 500. 500 and true. There we go. Then these would all have 250 delay. And then we're not gonna do these. This is just gonna be way easier to handle after. Then we're gonna do starting setup. And let's do for int I equals 0 until I is less than. Okay, let's see. Starting setup. We have the starting setup container. All right, so we do this dot child count I plus plus. We're gonna do starting container dot get child I dot transform dot position dot local scale equals new dot vector 2.0. Right, so then we add these here. And then we're gonna do set all scales to 0. So here we're gonna do scale to 1 and 2.5 and set ease out back, and then we do this. Next we have just the items, right? Items, we're gonna do the same thing essentially. It'll be items container, and same goes here, right? Will this work? Who knows? Maybe it should be like this. Now this is definitely gonna flicker. So let's leave it like that. Let's see how this looks. Let's have a look-see. Okay, close this and get at it. Get at it. Wait, but these do ignore. Right. Set update to true. Okay. So that basically makes it ignore the time scale. Okay. Let's check it. Might have to also be that I just have to speed up the whole thing a lot. But let's see how this looks. Then we're gonna add some sounds. Okay, I can also check by adding some items. So let's add a couple of items. Why don't the items work? End screen. Maybe I need to load the next screen. just a couple. Let's go to the next room. Okay. Why are the items not being loaded in? Explain yourself, damn it. End screen. Please. What is your issue here? Set items is being called. It destroys the children, as you do. And then we do check if it's not a special item. Oh. Yeah, if it's special item type none. We add the current item. Okay. Are they... wait. Okay. What am I missing here? Let's see. So let's play it so it actually works. Okay, let's restart it and then check if this is still playing. So, is it? It is. Now let's add a couple of item maroonies. So like they are here. Let's also load the next room. So I do have those items. Okay. Oh, no, what? Right, I guess I reset the run settings before it can do the thing. Is that the problem? Like death? And then I do this. Right. Like, why am I resetting run settings here? I don't know. I'm pretty sure I call this... Yeah, I reset the run settings here either way. So I don't think I even need to call this here, right? Maybe on the end screen when I back to HQ. Really? It might as well happen here, if that's how it worked. I want to break something for no reason. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna eat a little bit. Did the thing break? That's really loud. I'm gonna silence myself for a bit. Okay. So what did it, did everything break? Let me check the audio mixer. That looks good. Okay. Let's change all of these delays to be a lot shorter. Where's my end screen? Okay. God damn, this is a lot of work. But at least I'll have this audio mixer set up as well, so I know how to use that as well. That's something that's been on my mind for a while. And then the continue button also needs to be disabled, right? So let's do a serialize field private game object continue button. This sucker needs to be smaller. Dot local dot transform dot local scale equals vector 2.0, and then right at the end here we're gonna await another hundo, and then we're gonna do scale to 1 in the duration of 0.25, and then do all of these. There we go. And just in case, we're gonna do a bool can continue equals false, and then here we're gonna do can continue equals true, and then when we have the back to HQ or can continue is false. There we go. And this should now be a lot better, how do you say? Oh shit, just a sec, let me add a couple of items. Oh, right, and I need to have the DB and screen. This needs to have the, let's open you up, and this is the continue button, so let's add you here. That's it. Now what I also need is some sounds. So let's do serialize field private sound effect SO, and this is going to be one is going to be the open menu sound effect, sound SO, and the other one is going to be open small item sound SO. And maybe also open continue button SO, sound SO. So then we go for all of these. We're gonna do game sound effects dot audio dot instance dot play audio, and we're gonna do open menu sound SO vector 2.0. That's it. Then for all of these, this is handle stats. We're gonna do open small item sound SO. And basically all of these are gonna need that. Just this final one is gonna have open continue button sound SO. And now we need to add some sounds, and then that's it. We have a much more lively thing real quick. Let's do button Hoover. Let's go to the project. And let's yeah. Hmm. I think we need a new audio thing here. Let's do UI. Yeah. Could be this like for the continue button, you know? Or those are a bit much. Yeah. Heartbeats, no. Collect. Yeah, these are way too much. Yeah, let's not do that. Footsteps? Could like one of these sounds be? This could be like the death sound. It's kind of... I like this sound though. Maybe for opening of the end screen. Come on. Don't play with me. So let's do open end screen. We're gonna do this one. I think this one doesn't need to really change much here. UI sound, good. I'll just add you here. Jesus, sorry. Let me, how loud is this? I'm gonna just lower it for you for just a bit. Yeah, this is just annoying. Hmm. Maybe this one for opening. Oh, I already have it. Where though? Nowhere to be seen. Well, let's just add a new one then. So this is and screen open item. So this one. And let's drop you here. And then let's do gain. This one's going to be and screen open continue. And let's drop the hum. Oh, is that already for the end screen? Shit. Maybe it can just be this. No, probably not. What if I do this? Let's see how this looks. Okay. Can bring you back to some volume. There you go. Yeah, I think that's fine. There's something's wrong here. Oh, what? So another thing that I need to do from here is do this, but then do it here. So when I press to go back to the HQ, we do main normal. And then also settings. If I do these things, I also always need to kind of go back. Same goes for you. Okay, I think that's basically it in regards to like where I can change the snapshots. So let's see how that works. Okay, let's see. Exit to, okay, load next scene. This needs to ignore timescale. Okay, let's try to do another thing then. If I am on the audio mixer and I make this as a starting snapshot, is make you not die. So let me just do this real quick. I think it's fine. Let's go back to set this as a starting snapshot. And then let's try to give us some music. Looks good. I think this is good. Okay, I just have a call. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm gonna have to answer it just after a couple of minutes probably. Okay, so I've completed the player death animation and the end screen. So those are done and I'm really happy about it. That actually makes the game a bit more polished in that regard. Like it makes it feel more complete, right? So this is what's left off for this week. Now disabling certain evolutions from appearing together, I'm not actually sure if it's necessary. I don't know how it happened for some people, but like I was getting some feedback videos where they just kind of couldn't kill everything. But I tried to enable all evolutions, right? Like let's try to do that, right? So if I enable all evolutions, so let's do this. No. Brother. So not this one and not these two. There you go. Now I have all evolutions enabled, right? Okay, I forgot to make myself invincible. So let's do that real quick. There we go, and let's make me invincible. Also, let's give me a bit more health, just so it's less likely I die from explosions, because I can still die even if I'm immortal. Okay. Oops. Oh. Okay. Maybe. Maybe there is a little bit of a problem. That's kind of funny though. Okay, so I need to disable some evolutions. Good to know. Let's try to figure out which. I'm not gonna enable the explosion because that one's obviously problematic. There's also some ideas about kind of having enemies slowly lose HP or just have less of it, less effective HP when there's less enemies on screen, right? So when there's a lot of enemies, they would have more HP. This would basically be to kind of remove the necessity which one is the explosive one? Like this one I don't need. Yeah, this one is the problem. And the rest I think is fine. Like these make no difference. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Chargers deal 50% more damage, sure. Also don't need this one, doesn't make any difference. This one make a difference. Enemies at full HP take half damage, sure. Okay, let's see. And let's do this. I guess it is a problem where just more and more crap is being spawned. So this, I guess, okay. This one doesn't matter, this one doesn't matter, this one doesn't matter. This one doesn't matter, this one doesn't matter. Enemies at full HP take half damage, doesn't matter. This one matters, this one matters. Eggs can spawn chargers. Well, maybe it might matter. On death, sure. So I think these are the problematic ones, right? Yeah, this just makes more and more enemies. So what if I just remove... Okay, this one also doesn't matter. What if I just remove one of these? Like, let's say swarming. If I remove the swarming, can I... Okay, let's kill all enemies. Okay. Okay, let's... let's remove all of these and just freaking kill all enemies. For the love of God. Okay. Now let's just add a couple, right? Let's just do like this one and the, no, not these, not these, dead and yeah, and dead enemies leaving behind eggs. Let's try to do that. Okay, let's go to the next room and try to check that there. Okay, now I have a call again, so be right back. Okay, let's see. Can I kill these? Okay, so these seem the enemies leaving behind eggs and then this one. So what if I make the slime strain enemies also not be able... let's see. Mm. And then this is what? Okay. Right next to it. So let's first do this, right? If this is false. Wait, huh? Oh, right, no. This. Right, if I make this thing not work if it's a slime strain copy. Or let's do a better. We're gonna do, if it's a slime strain copy, it has to be more than 0.9. Let's do less, because this then directly correlates with the number, right? So if it's a slime strain copy, it just has 10% chance, otherwise it has 50. With this 900 about. And I think the swarming copy needs to do the same. So if this or this. I think this is gonna already fix the bulk of this issue. So let's gain the parasitic infestation and the slime strain. And let's see. Let's also give me the stronger attacks and the more health. Or maybe the slime strain should not work for the small enemies, right? What if I just do that instead? So if size or threat, enemy threat level is not critter. What if I do this, right? So we want be able to spawn charters, do this, do this, do this. Sure. And do this. So these are the problematic ones. These are now all the problematic ones all together. I'll just do a little bit of this. Yeah, it's happening slower, but it's still problematic. Right, so maybe I do still want to do this. Right. So I think this should now work much better. So this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Anything else? I think that's it. Let's just spawn one crazy bullet. Okay, good. I mean, it does end at some point. It's just not ideal, right? Yeah, the problem is the big ones drop eggs. Actually, everybody drops eggs, right? Yeah, and these are, again, eventually gonna probably die. I just have to get a bit lucky, right? Okay, I see what this needs. This needs a big old fire. Big old fire coming up. Is it this? And a little bit of fire. Oops, fire, we do have that. And let's do a little bit of repeat. A little bit of damage. And, you know, a little bit of swarm. Oh, might have gone a little overboard. Looks like it's gonna... Maybe we don't need the shrubbery. At least not as much, right? Where's the damage? Let's swap you. Yeah, so that worked, right? I mean, you just need enough firepower, right? Ah, shit. Yeah, I don't know. about if we just do fire, right? Let's do no damage. I just want to see how effective fire is, because I kind of have a feeling it's not that effective. Let's do repeat 4. Let's not do the fire, let's just do the circle of fire. Okay. Let's do this thing just in case. Well, fire seems to do well against all of these problems. Oops. Well, the good news is the fire seems to actually work way better. Right, it doesn't destroy the game. But yeah, with normal bullets is a bit more problematic, right? Like even this one, this is not a normal bullet. Let's be real here. Nothing normal about this. I'm gonna add this as well, because why not? Yeah, so it's definitely unreasonable. It's kind of fun. But like also, we're talking about 3 boss effects, which I guess it could happen in a hard room, right? So this is it is a possible situation to happen, so I might just leave it. Like you had two really awkward, you know, elite evolutions. Like, do you want to risk it? Because you can kill them. It's just hard, right? You just need to have an insane build. So are you willing to risk that? There you go. You can kill them. They're just really resilient, right? So I think this is fine. Like if you know, get all three of these, well, sucks to be you. So what did we do? Okay. Changes. Oops. This is parasitic infestation. Parasitic infestation evolution. Now has only a 10% chance to spawn an egg from a critter, from critters. The rest still have. Should this just be lower altogether? No. Parasitic infestation evolution now has only a parasitic infestation evolution now only has a 10% chance to spawn an egg from critters. Bigger enemies still have a 50% chance to do so. So that's one change, and then has been nerfed to only. Parasitic infestation evolution has been nerfed to only have a 10% chance to spawn an egg from critters. Bigger enemies still have a 50% chance to do so. And then we have the slime strain, right? Slime strain evolution has been nerfed to not work on critters at all. And I think I can leave the description fairly the same. So let's check our items. So parasitic infestation. I'll just leave it. Where was it? Well, who cares? Dead enemies sometimes leave behind eggs. This just stays the same. And then we have the slime strain. On death, enemies split into two same enemies with 50%. Yeah, so on death, non-critter enemies. And that's it. And then another thing that I want to do is I want to add icons for these suckers, or links rather, right? So let's go to the HQ. Oops, scenes, HQ. And let's check our bestiary, because I have these already written up enemy info here, right? So I essentially can just copy them, and then where I need to do that is here on the tooltips content list. So we're gonna add a couple more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is gonna be critter enemy, drone enemy. Actually, just critter is enough. Critter, drone, boss, mini boss, and boss. I'll just call them like they are. Brood Lord, Tyrant, and then we have a Charger. How are they following each other? So Charger, shooter, spawner, blocker. Charger, shooter, spawner, blocker. And then this is the name, is critter enemy threat. Is the right one? Critter enemy threat. So critter description, and then we go normal and normal description. Then we have mini boss description, and then we have boss and the boss description, and then here we have enemy type. I think we have the charger and charger description, shooter description, spawner description, and finally blocker and the blocker description. And then all we need is the images. So let's do this. So critter, then we have the drone, we have the mini boss, have the tyrant. I might change these, I'm not sure if I like them completely, but it's fine for now. Then we have the charger, this is the blocker, this is the shooter, and spawner. Right, and then we can apply these. So these are saved. And then I need to add the text images. I think I need to use these if I'm correct. Or are they too big? They're too big. Well, maybe I can leave them a bit bigger, you know? Unless I can make it smaller. Ugh. I guess that could work, right? Maybe I should just make them a bit more circular. You know? Right. Mm. Copy them again, just so I can see them. This is a spawner, so it's like an arrow down pointing arrow. And then a wall can just be a big old wall like this. And then I need these with this one. Still have the same image inside, which is fairly lucky for me. Looks good. This one goes here, and then I can also copy this. Don't need you anymore, don't need you anymore. So just you, place you here. And then think that looks good enough. There we go. And let's do the wait, are these all in? No. I can quickly add them. I know I could slice these automatically, but I don't, like, I have those extra images below, so I think this is just going to be faster than moving them. So we're going to update, and then this. And basically I need to copy these, so it's just -2, 12, 2.5. So 2.5, -2, and 12. -2, 12. Can I copy this? Interestingly, no. Kind of makes sense that you can just edit all of them at once, but I guess not. Okay. Good thing that I made them as small as the other is that I don't have to figure this part out anymore, or again, rather. So this is a critter. No, this is a charger. This is a shooter. Okay, I need to press enter, I think. Charger, shooter, spawner, blocker, and this is then critter, drone, broodlord, or brood guard might actually be this one, it's fine. And then tyrant. Okay. So these are now set. Let's save the game real quick. And now I should be able to add these as links, right? So for instance, when I have non-critter enemies, so this is going to be a L, L critter, or just L1. The L critter. So it's going to be link and color for the same thing, right? It's just charters, right? And let's do frenzied. Okay, this already works. There you go. And that's it, right? Okay. Okay, this is good. So now what did I also change? Module abilities? Jesus. Earthquake of destruction. Okay. Let's do this, shall we? Tyrant damage. So I need L critter and then L. Right. Same goes here. L charger and L. Shooter. L shooter and close L. Same goes here. L spawner and close L. L blocker and close L. L drone L broodlord and L tyrant and close L. Okay. Good. Well, I guess that's all for now. So let's save this. We're gonna pull it in. So string tables, these are items. Pull. Why? Why do you need to do this every time? Just work. String tables need to go here, here. Authorize. Continue, continue. And then I need to close Unity and open it again, and then it works. It's just, I don't know, I need to update Unity, I guess. This might have already been solved. I'm kind of afraid to, upgrade to 2.22 version, or to Unity 6, I guess. Although I think I might have to do that. I'll see. Have to read a bit about that, like what's new. What now? Just force quit then. I have to check like what's exactly how the new, how do you say, the new deals are according to like how much, based on the revenue, when do you need to buy the plus version, or like what even is the current way of doing this. It's been a while. Okay, so items. Let's open the items and let's pull. It works. Okay, now let's do the module abilities. Let's open you and pull you. Good. Now we need to do the get localized string plus. We're gonna add a couple of options here. Texts, no, links. So we have L critter. And we're gonna change it with I guess color. What color am I changing them to? I guess this. Boom. And also link. Now I just need to check how the links work, because that's something I've forgotten. Link. Yeah, there we go. So link. I'll just copy you, and then end link is the same. So let's go here. We're gonna do this. Oh, it needs to be with these? Really? That is awkward. We're gonna need to check if that's really the case. Could have checked it there actually. Can still do it here. So settings, let's say. And what if I add this in? And link. Right. Okay, let's do this somewhere else then. Let's do it here. Can this be raycasted? No. Well, what if I do How do I handle links here then? Would it work like this? I'm just trying to think, like, what exactly, like, if I'm gonna have any issues with this. It's a bit of a pickle, but let's just go with it for now. I guess I can always just try it, and then I'm gonna see if it works. Another thing that I would do, text equals text dot replace. Okay, so let's do the L charger. I have a feeling like this isn't gonna work, but I can figure out how to do that later. Or could I do string quote equals like, how can you make this into a character? What is your problem? Oh, I see. I guess this is how this is written. That's new for me. There we go. We learn something every day. Okay. So charger, and then we have shooter. We have the spawner. and blocker. Then we can check some colors. So this is gonna be for the charger. For the shooter, I think we just want to be a bit brighter. Spawner. Spawner is this one. And then blocker. I can try to use that and then see. Okay. Okay. Boy, let's see if this works. That was quite a process. So let's add all of these, just so you can see if it works. I can give it a positive ability, I guess. So yeah, tyrant damage. Oh. Battle against tyrants changed. The big scary. Usually these are bigger versions of normal enemies. Deal regular. Then you have blocker. Spawner. But these do work. Oh. So this is the... And the critter does work, right? Yeah, so I assume the problem is that these are not smart yet. Now, if I close it back and open it back, it's gonna work. Good. Normal, okay. The big scary at the end of the hive. But yeah, this is gonna be changed later as well, right? Okay, so let's pull the units. String tables, units. Let's open this and pull. Okay. Okay, that's good. So this works. Also, one change needs to happen. So, enemies, no. Where is it? Chargers, no. I'm looking at evolve. Yeah, eggs can spawn drones. This is what this needs to say. And then let's pull the items one last time, hopefully. Pull. Okay. So this is now basically done. And yeah, one of the things that I want to do at some point, which might be like a bit of a longer process, right? I'm not going to be doing this now. Is essentially kind of when I'm doing the balance, I need to, well, first play the whole game, right? Just try to get through like the full 3 depth run. What I wanted to say? Right, and I want to see, like, can I make the player not have such an insane power level all the time, right? Basically, nerf how strong of ability, like how strong abilities spawn, right? Basically, make them be a bit more reasonable. One of the things that I definitely need to do is change how often the effector bullets can spawn, because those can really quickly create insane bullets. Maybe the effector bullets should increase your reload time, you know? Or just make them super rare, right? Maybe effector bullets can be, you know, you can get one at the boss fight, and that's basically it. And maybe in hard rooms, right? Maybe hard rooms and boss fights have a chance to spawn effector bullets. Maybe I could do that, right? So pickups manager, and we do effector. If upgrade is 1, so get base modules, I just add all of these, right? And then we're gonna do if boss level dot instance if this is false, and no, we just need to do this here. Get base modules, right? Does this happen anywhere else in the game? It does not. Okay, good. So for this one, we're gonna add another check, right? If boss instance or wave level dot is hard. No. We do this level manager dot instance dot is, or is it? Don't I have this somewhere? is hard room. So if level manager dot instance dot get current room type equals hard level, right? If this or this is true, then do this. If it's a hard level, if it's a boss level instance, or if it's a hard level, then you add this, otherwise you don't. So only add effector bullets as a possible drop in hard rooms or boss levels. So let's add this to the change. Effector projectiles can now only appear in hard rooms or boss levels. In hard levels or boss levels. Okay. Okay, that's one thing done. Like, one of the things that I kind of don't want the game to be super easy every time, right? I don't want the game to give you the option to make an insane build every time, right? I want to kind of space that out. I want it to be possible, obviously, but I don't want it to be super consistent, right? I want it to be consistent in a way where you can have a decent build every time, right? But to have something that really destroys everything, that needs to be a bit more rare, right? So it makes the game kind of fun in regard of like trying to find a really good build, right? So I want to give you a lot of tools, a lot of options to change stuff up, but to actually find a really crazy thing, that should be a bit less obtainable, right? And this is going to come into like how frequently really insane module abilities can appear, and like stuff that is just by default really good, like the repeat, right? The stuff that like makes the bullet shoot multiple times. The split shot is also pretty good, and then stuff that is just crazy, which is, let's say, lasers with bounce. Those should just have a much shittier chance. So okay, so can I do that then? So I do the thing where I wait. This is the not big module. So get projectile abilities, and I do send in the shot type. So when I set chances, I also want to pass in the bullet shot type. Oh, I already do. Wait, what? Okay, good. So yeah, set chances, and then yeah, I remove the ones that are not possible, right? So what I want to do just right off the bat is make bounce have a way lower chance on the frickin' laser, right? So let's do, let's just do an additional check. So this is going to be laser, so bounce for laser. We're going to do if shot type equals laser, right? And I guess we can just add these back in. And now first off, this one has to be 0 every time. The bounce 10 has to be 0, and the bounce 5, I guess that one can happen, right? But like the bounce 2 needs to have a way lower chance. Now, this just makes it half as worse, right? And then the bounce 5 needs to have a shit chance. So essentially how this works, everything has 100 chance, right? And then when I get to the end, I combine all the chances, right? Am I still doing it like that? No, I don't. How do I do this now? So I set a chance, which is between 0 and 100. So yeah, basically, yeah, this is, okay. So essentially I disable from it to actually be able to appear, right? So like this is gonna, yeah, the laser is gonna have half as many times where this actually appears and even less when there's the big one, right? So yeah, this is definitely something that I need to do. So have bounce 2 be 50%, have a 50% chance to happen. And then a bounce 5, a 25% chance to happen. Because these are just way too insane on a laser, right? So let's do this. So laser now has, now only can, okay, laser project, lasers can now only get bounce 2 and 5, but the chance for them has been greatly reduced. Right, lasers can now only get bounce 2 and bounce 5, but the chance for them has been greatly reduced. Now the problem is if you get the effector with bounce and put it in front of the laser, right, that just makes it crazy. So that might still have the same issue, right? Because I want, but like on the other one, on the other hand, no, right? I also don't want effectors to have anything more than bounce. Right, let's also do that. If it's effector, I want to do this as well. Lasers and effectors can now only get bounce 2 and 5, but the chance for them on lasers and additionally on lasers, the chance for them has been greatly reduced. Okay. I think this checks out. Okay. And then another thing that I want to do is also do I could also just kind of have the laser be like, you know, be acknowledged as a lot stronger, or bounds be acknowledged as a lot stronger on a laser, right? So what if I do possible abilities? Or if shot type equals laser, we're also gonna do remove all, where x dot ability ID equals to what is the laser is 10 Right. But is that correct? Like, I'm gonna have to, you know, balance some stuff differently. Right, so prefabs, no. Modules, module abilities. So bounce, yeah, has an ID of 10. So remove all where ability ID is 10. And x dot ability power is more than power, right? Ability power times 2 is more than power, right? Because a lot of the things are going to be a lot more insane on this behemoth, right? So we reduce it twice, right? It's a little awkward that I'm doing this twice. Okay. So now we don't need to reduce it as much, right? Or maybe effectors just shouldn't get that, right? Let's do, maybe effectors should only get bounce 2. You know? There we go. And then this one can both have it 50. Right? So yeah, okay. Can now only get bounce 2 and 5. And the chance for them to appear on can only get bounce 2 and 5, and the chance for them has been greatly reduced. And then effector projectiles can now get a maximum of can now only get bounce 2. the amount of bounce, okay, bounce effect now consumes, or bounce effect is now considered 2 times as powerful if 2 times as powerful when generating. Bounce effect is now considered 2 times as powerful when generating a laser projectile, right? Bounce effect is now considered 2 times as powerful when generating a laser projectile. And another thing, I want to just maybe disable bounce. Effector projectiles. Wait, how do I generate big modules then? So when I give the big module ability, get module bounds, no. Get module abilities. Like, the thing that I'm trying to avoid is to make a 1-2 punch really, really frequent, right? I don't want for people to just get, you know, the bounce module or the bounce effector and then just put it in front of the laser and boom, that's a build, right? That's like way too consistent. I'm fine if it happens, right? Maybe you get, you know, the laser with bounce, and maybe you give it, you know, you get a module that gives it, I don't know, some damage or whatever. And then maybe you also get a, how do you say, an effector with bounce, and then that makes that laser really strong. But just getting, you know, just getting a tiny lucky and getting, you know, bounce 10 on a laser, and then that just clears the whole room. That seems a bit strange. Unless I would add the range to lasers, right? So they have like a maximum range. Oh. That could kind of fix that issue, right? And then this is like all, you know, I don't have to be finicky about it. Okay, let's leave this in, and I'm gonna check my laser. So this is a bullet base. Base. Where's my bullet base? Bullet base. Laser. So if bounce amount, yeah, we don't want to do deals. So yeah, we add this position, sure. And then while bounce amount is more than 0, and then we also do and we want to do float possible range equals, let's say, 10. And then possible range equals 10, right? And then we also do and possible range is more than 0, right? We're gonna do raycast. sure, we are gonna do a ray cast. So what I want to do here is do if vector2 dot distance between this dot current position and hit 1 dot point dot what do you want? What is this? This is a vector2 and then this is a vector2, no? What do you want from me? Is more than 2. Ah, there you go, okay. Is if it's less than possible range, right? Else we're gonna do possible range minus equals distance. But if it's less, then what we want to do is actually, or if it's equal, if it's less or equal to possible range, we just want to do hit the bow. We want to do, what do we want to do? I have a direction. So what I can do is laser hits dot add, and I'm gonna do current position plus direction times, or normalized, times possible range. And then we also want to break out of the while loop. And then here we do to do add range, add range from the range effect. This might be a lot better because then you can get bounce, but you also need to get range to make it great. Oh, I love that solution actually. And then I don't need, like, the effector can get range as well, right? So let's kill all the enemies. And let's, oh, we got a laser. How big is a range of 10? Okay, let's add a Mr. Laser with a little bit of that bounce. Just a tiny touch of bounce. And let's give it here. Are you sure about this? So I'm guessing this is a range of 10. Okay, this isn't working. Is something breaking? Wait. No. So possible range equals 10, right? And then while possible range is more than 0, but like here we break out of this sucker. Right? I don't break from the other one, right? Possible range equals 0. In the vector 2, direction normalized times possible range. So, what's the problem? What is the problem up in here? And then the range can just be really, really effective on lasers. So let's spawn a laser with bounce and let's spawn just a normal laser. I've got a bunch of lasers. So this is a normal laser and this is a bouncy little laser. Okay, let's see. This goes to the edge. Are you sure about this? Oh, right. Wait, this happens again, does it not? No, it happens if it's 0, it also happens. So it needs to happen at least once, right? If it's the thing that is kind of tripping me is why, even if it has bounce, why it works differently. So let's spawn normal laser and let's spawn, oops. Let's spawn a bounce laser. Normal laser, bounce laser. Really? What is the, like, what is, so if I delete this, riddle me this, if I delete this, is it gonna magically now work? This makes no sense to me. As to why this doesn't work normally. And I'm thinking, have I ruined something else? Right. No! No, I refuse. So, if this distance is like, oh! No, wait, does that make sense? Yeah, if it's more or equal, I should be checking if it's more. If the distance is bigger than my possible range, right? Then I need to do this. And then I probably don't need to do all of this crap. I can just break here. I'm pretty sure. It does not matter how many years you spend developing. And I'm in no way a really good programmer. Anyone that's competent watching me will know that my code is just a big old poo-poo. So normal laser, bounce laser, let's enlarge this shit. Works, and if I go further away, it works only yay far. And the bounce works, but it only works based on the range. So if I go, yeah, it is gonna bounce, just not that much. Bzz. And this is a way more reasonable thing now. Yeah, the problem with laser was that it was just better in every way, almost in every way, than anything else. Right, so then I don't need to do the complicated baloney that I was doing here. Wait, is this here? Yeah, no. Yeah, no, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. This. We can go back on all of this crap. It's in no way a problem. Oh. Yeah, that's perfectly fine if you get it. It's just not gonna be anywhere near as strong. So now let's redo this. So we're gonna do, also, let's add range to work on lasers now. So that's really exciting because I want to have more shit work on more shit, right? We can also add the AoE on it, right? So let's do module abilities, and we're gonna do range. All of the ranges, I also want them to work on the laser. Same goes for the AoE. I want it to work on the laser. And that's really exciting. And I could also make the AoE work on bullets, right? Just make them bigger or smaller, right? That's like a really simple thing that I can do. Wait, these already work on a bullet? Are you sure about that? Wait, a bullet can get AoE? Let me quickly chickadee check that. Just a little quick check. Oh, it can get AoE. Does it work though? You know? AoE. It does not. But like, why didn't I never see it? Right? I should have seen it if it's... Wait, have I done something else? Or just rearrange them properly. Wait, but range shouldn't work on a bullet. But it could work on the AoE. Okay, now let's add the AoE to a bullet. Bullet. Where's my AoE? Where's my bullet? So this is the bullet base. Base here. And then we can do bounce amount. Sure. No, this is fine. First, let's do the range, right? Let's do the range here. So we're gonna do possible range plus equals, and we're gonna do ability manager get range. Don't I have a thing somewhere here? This. Range, yeah. So amount, I just get back the amount. So here we're gonna do amount times 3, right? And we can also just add the AoE up in here. I'm gonna need this baloney. And where do I have what's the item that increases the range on these sakarunis? It's this one. No, it's this one. Increases the width. So power magna, no. Power magnifier. So this happens on a laser itself. Okay. So can I also pass in the width? So this is the float width. Right, this needs to be before, so let's drop it here like it's hot. And then with multiplier, yeah, this is fine. Oh, laser size. I already have that. Good, 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 good. Yeah. Yes, yes. We only have the size. So where do I do? Oh, so can I do this here? So Shakawawa. No, I need the laser. So where do I spawn the laser? Yeah, laser size. Yeah. Sure. Figure out width. So, just do one. Oh, it's this. Yeah. It's this. And then I wanna replace all of these with width. So then what I want to do is width plus equals, and we're going to drop this behemoth in. And this will be, yeah, plus 0.5, right? So if we have AoE 3, so AoE 5 would increase it by 2.5. So that's an insane amount. But that might be okay, actually. Like, this might be good. Okay, so let's first see how this looks. And another thing, so heat pressure should also then work on these should also work on lasers. Okay. There might be others that I need to check. But okay, let's see how range and width behave on a laser. Let's kill all enemies. And what I'm gonna do now is have this screen opened a bit bigger so I can kind of see how the thing behaves better. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spawn a laser with a bunch of bounce. And then I'm gonna spawn another laser with a bunch of bounce and range. And let's actually do a couple of these, so maybe range 3 and also range 1. And also let's do -2 and -5. This might just not work. Okay. Let's check these first. So normal bounce laser. And then we have range 1, range 3, range 4, and then we have reduced range with a bit of a empty in between. Okay, so let's see. Normal, a bit longer, really long. And it can just be, yeah, really small. I mean, I think I wanted to have it be a lot more effective, right? Now let's check the AoE. So we know this works. It's just might need a bit of fine tuning. So now let's add AoE 5, 3, and let's do 1. So this is 1, 5, and this is 3. 1, 5, and 3, yeah. So I'm guessing this should be able to hit stuff better as well, hopefully. Yeah, it definitely has. Let's check while we're at it. So we do pooler, and we have the laser pool. What about the laser line? Oh. Uh-huh. Yeah. No, what? Edge collider. It does have the edge collider, okay. It has it right there, okay. How big is it? Like this? Okay. Okay, yeah, it changes the width. Okay. So yeah, make this have... Like maybe the AoE is a bit much, but also, is it, you know, is it too much? Like honestly, the fact that these are so shit now is kind of not fun. I think AoE should just, maybe it's okay. Maybe it could give a bit more AoE, right? And then for the laser, we could do a bit less, you know. So let's see, is this 0.65 times 0.8? Yeah, let's just do 0.7. Is that true? 0.65 times 0.7. Yeah. Good. So that's one thing. And I've also added, yeah, so the range should be a lot better. I think starting at 10 is fairly reasonable, right? But we should also do if possible range is less than 2, right? Possible range equals 2. Just so it has a bit of range. Or let's do 1. Yeah, it should calculate it a bit differently, I guess. Like when it's increasing, it should increase more than when it's decreasing. But like, you know, it is what it is. Like if you get -2 range, it's not gonna have any range, and that's fine, I think. A good idea that I've gotten for the game is that I should also add some brightness options. So I guess, like I should be able to do that. Wait, what is this? This is an effector. How did it spawn here? It shouldn't spawn here. This is not a hard room or a boss fight. What a load of bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that as well. So laser with bounce, and then laser with bounce, range 2, laser with bounce, range 1. I'm just gonna do all of them just so I can see the difference. Should I do all of them? No, probably not. But I still want to do it. And then I'm also gonna do laser with -1 range and laser with -2 range, because the rest I think don't matter anymore. Well, I'm gonna do, just in case, a laser -5. And also another thing, this might be just complete crap. No, what? Laser with no AoE. Okay. So first we do the normal bounce tests. What is this? 2. Yeah, and then items that give lasers range is then again really interesting, right? Because the fact that lasers were just, you know, a better bullet, a better AoE thing, a better everything was really annoying. So I think this makes it a lot more reasonable, right? Even with range 1, it's already pretty good. Okay. Then let's do AoE plus 5. No. I wanted to do AoE minus 5. Yeah, it's just nowhere to be seen, so that needs to be kind of managed as to how low it can get, right? So, and then these are just all, yeah, this is like the smallest range, which is still probably enough to deal damage, I would imagine, right? Like, this shouldn't make any difference. Yeah, you can still kill, it's just shit. So, yeah, the AoE needs to have a minimum amount. So let's do width, if width is less than this, I guess, it equals 0.5. I don't think it needs to be less than that, you know. And I think you pretty quickly get there. So let's do a normal one, and let's do a, oops. Let's do a AoE minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4. And I think we're basically at the minimum at this point. So normal, minus 2, minus 4, minus 3, minus 1. Yeah, we get there immediately. I guess it could be a tiny touch smaller as well. What if I do this? So normal, and let's do minus 1, and let's try to also do minus 2 to even see if this then has any difference. So this is minus 1, just a second. Okay, so I've just fixed a couple of things. Now I need to, like, I could add the AoE to bullets, although I don't know. And to shells as well then, right? Local scale. Do 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 do. Now I could check for AoE here, right? Could do this here, you know. Plus this, right? But this is going to be way too much. So I think I need to make that a lot more reasonable again. Then let's just do the same thing here. Well, we can do that later as well. Pissing me off that these are spawning here. So normal one. That's great. Like something in the middle. I mean, the bullet width size actually works really good. I just have to spawn it a bit more in front. Mm. Something like this. This would basically kind of move it a bit more forward if this, you know, manages to shoot. So let's check if this works. Quick startu. Let's do so normal one. Let's spawn a +1. Let's spawn a +2. Let's spawn a +5. So normal bullet, +3, +5, +1. Could be a bit more in front as well, I think. Right. It could definitely be just a tiny bit more, so maybe 25. And then these could do the same thing. Okay. But also, let's just make if size is less than 0.25, right? Let's make size equal to 0.25. Equal. And then same for this one. Okay. Oh, right, I need to enable it on, okay. Can I do it here though? The AoE. Okay. Can I give it now? Yes, I can. Okay, normal bullet. +1, +3, +5. And then we have normal shell plus 5 plus 3. Okay. I think this is good. So let's go to the top wall. Yeah. Good. Oh, I need to check if I decrease the size as well. Just to see how goofy it looks if they get too small. So let's do a normal one. Let's do -1. I'm gonna do all of them so I see if there's any difference. Okay. So this is -5, normal. Come on. This might be a bit too small, you know. And maybe 33 is, you know, reasonable enough. Although the funny thing is, what if you get multiple ones of them, right? What if we do, like, what if you get, you know, a bunch of AoE on it? Because that can absolutely happen, right? You just send in a big old bullet. So maybe it should just affect a lot less just by default, right? And then you can still get a really insane bullet, right? It's just not gonna be achieved super fast, right? Okay, let's see. So let's do the smallest one and let's check it immediately. Okay, how fast does this happen though? Because now I've made the thing a lot less potent, right? So I can absolutely check that as well. So this is normal, this is smaller, 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 smaller. It actually has a lot more depth in how fast it changes. which I do think is really, really nice. So now let's make them bigger. And we can make one, you know, where you get like something like this. That could happen, right? Okay. Just give me another normal one at the end. Okay. Yeah, you know, you see the which one is this? The right before the last one. It's like a, you know, really nicely sized bullet, but like this is not gonna just happen every time. You're gonna have to get a couple of range modifiers on it, right? Or AoE modifiers rather. Right, and you can still, you know, you can still get, you know, 2 of these, maybe an effector with this crap. Right. And if you get a bullet like this, you can still create a huge bullet, right? But it's not gonna be every time, right? Okay, that's good enough for now. I'm gonna write these things up. So essentially, no. Right, I need to check this, but I think I'm gonna have to go before. So check if effectors can only spawn in hard and boss rooms, because this does need to work. Okay, so AoE effect now also works on bullets, shells, and lasers. Then we're gonna do range effect now also works on lasers. Lasers now have a starting range of 10 and then comment. Lasers were inherently too good, especially with things like bounce, so this should balance them out and make them a lot more interesting to build up. Since their range and AoE can now be modified. Lasers now have a starting range of 10. Comment. Lasers were inherently too good, especially with things like bounce, so this should balance them out and make them a lot more interesting to build up, since their range and AoE can now be modified. Okay, good. Did I do anything else? This is a really good change. I really like this, the fact that this is now possible. And I also have a lot more bug things that can be added to bullets, right? Bullets can now actually be affected by these things, which I do like. So all of this is kind of building up towards the thing that you can't just make a really easy, insane build, right? You should build up to it, and it should feel good if you get it. And if this is going to be the case, I can also make enemies kind of behave differently and maybe make them a bit, like a bit less of them, and make that whole part of the game a lot more interesting, right? Because right now there just has to be a lot of enemies with a bunch of health because you scale too quickly. But if you don't scale as quickly, then I can maybe also reduce the enemy scaling and just make the whole thing a bit more interesting. And also, like in moment-to-moment decision in combat, it can be more interesting if you don't just build around clearing everything every time when you shoot a bullet, you know, because then you just kind of run away and then you just shoot in the direction of enemies. But now if these bullets are going to have downsides like this, I think it can make the game a lot more interesting. Like, one of the things that I'm also thinking about is that maybe after piercing, bullets should really kind of reduce their damage by default, right? So maybe after pierce, bullets should lose damage, a bit of damage, right? Should lose a bit of damage. So stuff like this to make the game a bit more balanced and a bit less able to gain some insane stuff, because I even like bullets, if you get a, you know, a good bounce on or a good pierce on a bullet, and then you get the item that makes piercing bullets you know, hone in on targets, boom, that's it, it's done, it's already an insane bullet, right? It kind of kills everything. So I want to kind of reduce the amount of that happening and make AoE stuff a lot more potent and a lot more important, and also then make enemies that are behind other enemies a lot more protected, so you have that reason to go for the, you know, for the targets that are maybe a bit more hard to get to, but they're also gonna usually be the targets that you want to prioritize, right? Stuff that spawns stuff that shoots stuff. So I think this is a really nice direction. I really like, and the fact that I found such an elegant way of nerfing the laser, because the laser is still really strong, right? It still has, but it's kind of a combination, right? The bullet outranges it, the shell outdamages it, but this has a nice straight AoE, so it's kind of like a combination of a bullet, shell, and mortar or shockwave, I guess. And I think that's interesting, right? So there's a lot that I can play around here, a lot that I can play around with here. One thing that I've been thinking about as well, right, I'm thinking about making enemies a lot more dangerous, in a sense, like the little critters, they should maybe, like I'm playing around with the idea in my head if they should have contact damage, right? So the enemies are a lot more scary. You should really, or maybe all enemies should have contact damage, right? So you should really try to keep away from them, right? And being close to them is actually a really dangerous thing, right? I have to check like how other games might do this, or maybe, I don't know. One thing that bothers me, if there's a lot of enemies up in your face, you're usually quite safe if you just move around, right? If you just don't stop moving, you're usually quite okay. But maybe you should just die, right? And maybe I can, because of that, I can reduce the amount of health scaling enemies have and the amount of enemies that there are, right? Because they're gonna be a lot more dangerous. And you can really, you know, the bullets can have a bit less power, but maybe they can be more potent to kill smaller groups of enemies. Not everything has to be a massive nuke that kills half of the screen every time, right? It can be a bit more reasonable. So I don't know. I'm gonna try to play around with these things a bit. Anyway, this is it. The stream has been going on forever, at least for me. So I'm gonna try to grab something to eat, and then I have to do some work around the house as always. And tomorrow I'm gonna have the same situation. So I think this is just gonna be it for today. I don't know if I'm gonna manage to work anymore. I do have a meeting though, so yeah, I'm gonna have to get back here anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna continue from here tomorrow. I did the end screen today, and I did a lot of really cool additions and balances, so I'm really happy with that. So this is kind of doing this. Designing the first boss, this I just have to go on a walk and just kind of think about it, and hopefully I can do that. Pulling shrubbery, easy. This is just a fix. This is just an idea. And yeah, pulling shrubbery is just an annoying thing that I don't care for, but I really have to do because when I'm spawning a bunch of shrubbery with the, what it's called, with the fertilizer, this is going to be really important. And then big props, I don't know, maybe this just won't be able to make it this week. And I guess I can try to do this tomorrow. But again, I need to go on a walk to think about what big props could be. Okay, anyway, thanks everybody so much for joining or for watching this later. I would like to invite you to wishlist the game on Steam if you liked what you see. And yeah, I wish you good luck, wish you great end of the day, end of the week if we don't see each other tomorrow. And yeah, cheers.